Hi everybody. Sorry, I was still setting something and I forgot. I didn't saw the time pass. So I'm there now. Hello, Blissy. How are you? Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, sorry. It's because I was setting that. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Yeah, I was having a little fun. So, today we'll be playing the Great Ace Attorney. It's the first game in the timeline of the game. So yeah, and I hope sound is great on your side. So let's start a new game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
That's not a great start. Bienvenue au Lac Carnaval, amateur of the Great Departure. Ta-ta-ta. 22 November 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendant Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this happening. Can it be that just beyond the door of this quiet little chamber? Is the sound all right? Is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. What? Oh, no, nothing. Flavio glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryu Yunosuke Naruto. Naruhodo. I'm a second year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Now, here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough. Shoot, 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 shoot. He is not obliged to listen to just such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you or court officer should behave. Right, Yonosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you to this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Just a second, there's a problem in my thing. I don't know where is it at. I need to connect to chat if I want to see chat. That's awesome. Just again. And yeah, you didn't answer my question. Is the sound alright? Just like always. Huh. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper those past 2 days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. Oh, thank you. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Inosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in the second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. I'm not that impressive. The very concept of a lawyer is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualification don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Cool. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, it's been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those governmentalists have acknowledged my academic achievement and success report. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There is not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around this temple. I want to bring about change in her whole legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We have a wild time clearing up the street of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. It's better be going. Alright, I see you later. I think I stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea, girl. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Okay. It was straight after that. That when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Officer, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case as personal as we can. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge chamber. Who is Excellency's chamber? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedure today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Yosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Yonosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yuma University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. What? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in the Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspect, you were unaware of this. Oh, just because I pressed. I just. It's because I put a glow in my character. So I can do stuff like that. It's just for control. That's just funny. I have a glow on my head, in my eyes, and I check in your soul. Yep, glowy eye. And for some reason, they activated themselves, and I didn't see. Scary. That's all right. Thank you. I did that. That's why I was late. It's because I was setting that glow. It's only because of that. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dream will be shattered. But I understand. Why would the government do such thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain practicalities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Then what happened? He must answer before anyone else. He must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusation brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it will seem our superstitious session are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty of failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the like of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Dun, dun, dun. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that will decide my destiny. 22 November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. Dun, dun. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniform in there. The power that we have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that slows down any member of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It will become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Yosuke. It's about to begin. Dun, dun, dun. The court will now hear the trial of Yosuke Naruto. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a chain of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made a request myself. Normal procedure is on independent advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask your final confirmation now. Who advocate for the defendant in this trial? I do. Who's going to be the defendant defend me? That's a question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What shall I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed.
Yes!
What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Yusuke Naruto, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Yosuke? Professor Kutabado told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream of sitting aboard would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. I mean, you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I could bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba should have stuck his nose in his... Very well. The court already recognized a dependent desire to advocate for himself in to this trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Pronouncing his own counsel.
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent his opponent can speak for himself. Is that so, Naruto-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's completely blank. I just need to change something. I realize you're in charge now, but still try not to look so bewildered. Well, you're a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime. As you no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standard of conduct are expected of all prisoners. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruto? Yes, Your Excellency. Is it therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken? My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can be questioning it more than I am. Let's start with a very simplest of question. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I am care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yusuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court report. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court report with the press of E. If you ever find you're forgetting something, just consult that. It's all in there. You just have to press E for the court report. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence it's collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press C to go back. Okay. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yuma University or the PlayStation guy. So remember, everything you have to do with the current case can be found in the court report. Okay. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Okay.
Yes!
The victim name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England and to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implication. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And most of you will be aware we have just signed a new treaty together after a lengthy negotiation. Oh, gee. What? Yeah, I didn't even realize that. And as most, yep, okay. There can be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. Ouchie! You two are both undergraduate at the Imperial Yume's University, are you not? Ordering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. As you know, Honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on their side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution of this matter. Huh. In the word, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England policymaker. And you're coming in an expendable scapegoat blamed for this crime. So that's why this trial has these usual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Da, da, da. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better be doing. Alright, I see you later. I think I still enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea, girl. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor called him. I don't know his name, but still, I shall go and say hello. So I went over to the professor table. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you. Defendant Nairolo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was... Inosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot coma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's a post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissected the corpse to identify a cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws a conclusion that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to guess of any of this later. This so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. And you can clearly discern scorch mark around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we shall assume that the victim has shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this more than scientific evidence into the record. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I never seen before. It's really superior to a drawing. The details is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answer. Let us start the trial. Dun, dun, dun. Certainly, Your Excellencies. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the fact of the case, the prosecution recall its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it. Hmm. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Certainly you're a defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean. Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Yasuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Hmm. He really has been sticking his oar in, has he? Maybe, but any help you can give me will be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweat. Only if you rein that crazy headband and control the cold stare first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Osonaga. I'm the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnaval. Okay. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing out some blood. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It became a very fashionable street now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurant, next to the hotel E3, 3 days ago. Understood, Osanagasan. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, eh? And no petty interaction from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring? Maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few dinners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That first, that fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjection. The court wished to listen to the witness report of that what he saw, you amateur. What? The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruto. Is it alright now? Hello, hello. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. Alright. Thank you. Thank you to you to talk about it. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. if I may confirm one point with her. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around at that table but the deceased Englishman and the university students. Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Yunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to the Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite to him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have. Listen, I've been warned about the cash thing, but still, what should I do? Ah, should I interject or wait? I actually want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Yunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who will really get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have to go to university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rule in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll be seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you're scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dare me, dare me. What are you going to do with you? With your blatant disregard of court proceeding, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not proud. Could it be that the accused, this mere citizen, is not a real liar after all? But I'm sure that, of what I saw. Osonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of Evan is lazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant that it was that day. Please have a look if you like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, cousin. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very consensus waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? And the plan of the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Nothing certainly seemed to have shaken him. The waiter business card has entered the court record. Da, da, da. So, the court has now heard a precise of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It will seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully onto you. In other world, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the detail of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue the matter further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, cousin? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another. Is Will it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so as the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lie ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? But if the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Yanotsuki. The defense plead not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Dun, dun, dun. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceeding. Well, we're warned. The young can be so reckless. Dude, you will say how she. Okay, that's for sure. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution call its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Bring for the witness at once. The witnesses? Kindly state your name and occupation for the court. Yes, sir. I'm a Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting your for duty, sir. Myself, I find employed at Purvey, a fine article of antiquity for the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premise in the second district. Kyoryo Korekuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the dinners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I absolutely take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I take my business. I can understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. It seems our potential customer who may have an interest in antique and try to sell him ware to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looked more like he's a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit has seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man as impossible to understand as the one. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that blasting said. So this is evidence the prosecution was getting. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment who shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Da, da, da. What the witness saw. I was ingesting a relation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy action with my own eye. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on an English civilian, and from the back, the portly little weasel. Uh, from the back. Huh. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body, but from the back. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, I know you'd love that, Blessy. His big nose. Big nose. It's a big nose. Anyway. I was on my hand and knee investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious about the absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Naza, actually witnessed the betrayal. You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. That time we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. What? You like it? What? I don't, sir. Is that really true, Yonosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that was lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking some coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witness testimony, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Yonosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room to doubt in the testimony of this witness. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring the difficult student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminate any vestige of guilt. Therefore, it's my grave duty to declare the verdict of
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess, the Achimaki headband boys next door told me to do it. Oh, but huh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think it's capable of it is irrelevant. Dun, dun, dun. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Gensuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Is it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness statement. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key is doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence to prove the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Yosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What the witness saw. I was investigating the regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with man. Myself was explaining the virtue of a particularly fine golden curry to the mirror. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged.
Yes!
What? Nothing happening. What? What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Crossing some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistencies there. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously. I know what I want to say, but the world just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student there in the guard courtroom. It is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It could be more plain. To spell it out will be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance that the photographic print represented by the defense that there is a clear discrepancy here with the Sergeant statement. What? Sergeant Yasanota? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired an English civilian, and from the back, the coral lily whistle. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obviously discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, why do you have a kid on your back? What? What? And I'll be going to. So be right back to. And I'm back. What? What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. A kid. That was a kid. I was asking myself the same question though. Only there's a clear discrepancy with the fact here. Will you not agree, Saranada? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that will appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearms start, my eye wire. Firmly fixed on the delicious carnival steaks here. What? The last testimony, the court heard, has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubts. This witness, Sergeant Yasanoza, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. Lol. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Ah! There has been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet here who was pointing the firearm directly at the
Yes!
but I never fired it. Hmm. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? myself, I already have been quite clear. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. No worry, welcome back. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what are you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. The Hoehera Koban, my prize coin. On each occasion where I visit that restaurant, it is my habit to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop possibly. In the hope of meeting a rich dinner, we would like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man. The hair proffered my heroic treasure. Believe that you will purchase such a rare find? I did not. But I was presented with little tenacity, and then, after averting my eye of the BFS comment, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The command vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and there it happened. You heard the gunshot to me? Indeed I did. And I aided it. But I had aided it not. It was, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. What of interest? Did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That elemental day, the precious Oe command was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin from himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. Whether how subservient our government feel it must be to the British, it will be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? No, worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but we will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have tortured testimony explained. Upon hearing their next statement, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryosuke Naruto. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Well, the court invited the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Oh, excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Noza family to rise up through the ranks, officer named Kaido. It will seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford the enemy. Kaido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Why? The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the famous precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the poor man, he was. That young lad did laugh that much I myself did see. I don't know. It's just like why? Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only craftsmen present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, standing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet must have stopped the English match. Over and out.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, the Ferguson, was alone at the time. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at the table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rule of the court and please bring account to me. We are not here to listen to your fantasy. If the evident, it is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence, in fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Consul? Indeed. The table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Only based on the appearance of the script, it will be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that moment. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It will seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Captain on time at all. The witness testimony we just have heard leave no further room for doubts. These are very sensitive political time, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ochi, will have contributed to the ability of this to great empire is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Don't call it, Yusuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, there is something going on here beyond the scene. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? The rule can be so unbending at times. The true culprit. Okay.
Yes!
Yeah, that's not why I press. The case you found the pistol on the floor and picked it up, which is stated it is missing instrument. That is why I read that sentence. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the fucking arm.
Yes!
You must notice someone else at the carving table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
And yet no one else appeared to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there be more people in there at the table, there's someone else who has noticed there. If only it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Only 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Consul? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It will seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the residence. At a clinic? Yes, there will indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19 November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident, so the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Yosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered into the courtroom report as evidence if you think it would be useful. Yes?
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim movement here to this actual at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authorities to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their right. It's a most disturbing trend. Sorry, kindly add the victim medical report card to the court report. Okay. What we need right now is a new clue. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I heard you. We can conspire to prolong the trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimony leave no room for the house. We could reiterate from the accused Koretaka-kun.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor dining in the it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony in the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demanded to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman will be made. It's a blatant waste of the court time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Yosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changed much. I can see that it brings a real concealed light. I won't be so sure. Let me see that mythical card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps you should examine it with a little more detail. Oh, exactly. You'll notice that some piece of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the one you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Okay. To rotate the evidence in all directions, examine it from all angles. But by using WASD, you can move the cursor around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the cursor starts to pulsate, press space to investigate further. Okay. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this mythological card. See if there's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I see what I can do. Okay. Dentist Ota Clinic, date, card number. It looks like this mythical card was first issued some quite time ago. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment. That's why with a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there would be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why will you? They make you drink unbearable tasting medicine, they give you painful injection, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you are at your lowest head. You sound like a model patient, with a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Okay, lol. For that, please? Let's have a look. This is some kind of mythical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day of Professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It will seem so. Just before the incident, he had a back tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the mythical practitioner. Well, especially no food or drink beside water for 3 hours plus procedures. Until anesthetic effect has passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Yep. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changed. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay.
Yes!
Um. Well, I think I Yeah, yeah, totally. I will need to not read. I will love to not read every freaking line in the game, but other than that, I could just let you read. But that's not practically. Mm, how could I say? Interesting. Like I will just read in my head. That's. I feel like that's not the best. Even if I make my eye glow up, I'm pretty sure it will not be the best. Cause yeah, but I'm pretty sure there is no voice acting in all of the series. So that will be a long series for me and my voice. Like, that will be crazy. Call yourself a liar? I wish I could. But first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Inosuke, if you want to stumble on their word occasionally, under the circumstance, I will worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that class examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your word carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekita-san, this mystical report card belonged to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I don't see you. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceeding with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in a word you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon, then the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Emerald Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is certainly no need to prolong this file further. The witness testimony in the court has been clear and concise. This mystical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside the pale-faced pupil who could possibly... This mystical report card has nothing to do with the case? You really believe that? What? That outburst all petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Ota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What is it now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim has been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had other not to eat, so what? It's all written up in the air. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia were off. What? No, that can't. Correct, Kurasan. What boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim could have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know now, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effect of anesthesia. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? There's a baseless accusation. Just look at the photographic evidence. can clearly see the plate of food at the victim table.
Objection!
You use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the table in this restaurant case have turned. Will you agree, Yonosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one a very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this guy all around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim table must have been... Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such
Yes!
person. That was because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim could have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimony are unreliable. If the court decide to push through the ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice in pursuit of fair trial. Relentless. Are you insane? You will take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in that stand. What? What are you talking about? You have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimony, obviously you will be charged with perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the crime. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this as the tactical meeting. I was just following others. That's right, as Emma says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say? Go Kita-san? No. You were just following others? Now, hold on, lad. I was... say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statement? Is it true, Rupert? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's very clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution know nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you prefer to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You will not. This can be happening. Yonosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Oshi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It will only mean that being the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any idea what about who might be behind this? If we can affirm we try to silence this witness, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witness keep their mouth shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusation. Evidence that prove whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly remember how we made podcast before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as the result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to examine everything. Make sure there is nothing we've missed. There is no time to lose. Come on, answer. If it's proven that these details have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eye and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Ash. Rick? Um, no. Voice on. What? There's no voice. I was not able to check anything. Eh?
Yes!
Can I check the evidence now, please? Oh, oh, I was right. Well, that's unexpected. What's this? Look, do you see what the witness name here? Satoru Osonaga. Well, yes, business card do tend to show the person name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Osonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector, what hurt? I have no idea, but let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they are wielding it somewhere out here. Okay, I was lucky on that one. I was really lucky on that one. Oh my god. I just assume because that will make it. That was making no sense. If those were silence, he's the victim. He don't know about it. He clearly didn't do it. Yeah. Osonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason will the waiter have to make this witness give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have the level of influence. For once, I will agree with you. If that is a man fully aware a waiter. What? If it's fully aware? Come on, Ryosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. As proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, so a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the detail is. Stop saying the front of the back and the back. What the hell? Will somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Osonaga-san sketched the plan at the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card revealed the man in question profession, his true profession. The waiter profession? But that's really good. Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witness there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your order? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign mental woman at the scene? Well... Hold it! Inspector Osonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this pen and add it to the court report as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. There you are. Yes, I remember now. He did accidentally when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigation policy. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an usual careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why will a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incident at the restaurant? What kind of incident? That will be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Osanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim table. If that's indeed true, surely you will also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other dinner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require this witness to be in agreement. Will that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped on his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite to the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. Would the truth come out? I immediately sealed up the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special order? You mean to say remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it will be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly term of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on North soil. The name of Englishwoman as the primary to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that will be completely out of the question. So that's the reason of the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in the case. But it's not right. Nobody's talking. Why? Why? Why nobody's talking? If one possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kesma? Human University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them is in the medical faculty of research laboratory is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're choosing to hesitate to the overstudied power. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it wouldn't check the evidence first. Then the court demanded that you name the lady in the question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor table was a certain Miss Josiah Brett. She is the for instance studying at the research laboratory of Hume University Medical Faculty. What? What is happening here? Da, da, da. Da, da, da. I admit that under order from the police bureau, I raised all evidence of this lady presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimony. It must be now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely that the victim was digging alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it will be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Attention!
But, Your Excellency, that will mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will sorely be displeased by such action. Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of a country or any other to influence the proceeding of my courtroom. Inspector Osanaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Albrecht and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you're going against the special order you were giving for the police bureau? As I said before, it's in my guiding principle to carry out all investigation flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Josiah Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good, then we still have 30-minute recess before reconvening. Yes. Yes. I will check out to make um better glow or thing like that. I saw a video that was making it more easy to make glow or not just doing that. I love it to have my high glow, but at the same time, I feel obscure. So much obscure. Like really too much obscure. So yeah. But I love the glow though. Mm. 22 November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Dependent on December 5. Excellent work, Yunosuke. That was my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knee knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you were started finding inconsistency in the testimonies. I think you have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, I'm terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looked like we're exposed to our phantom lady at last. Miss Josiah Brett, a student from Great Britain. See? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my power of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to your our directed friends, she was hastily escorted away from the scene. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot ad came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I haven't no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seemed I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceed my expectation, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I won't be able to act as a lawyer in the trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I fully believe that we need to send our brightest young star overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a session that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, make notes, friends. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I should waste anyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looked like it all come down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, did he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Actually, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. When that first trial will be finished, I will stop stream there because my voice right now, my throat is just crying at me right now. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Our recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma. Seriously, you need to say me one thing. How the freak, the hell, did your bandana just flowing like that? What, there's literally wind in your face at all time? That's crazy. Is it a mechanical bandana? I want the answer. Answer me! Thank you. Really. Translation. It's always in the same direction, too. Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, then I'm fairly sure I've already been found guilty by now. Look, I have a faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I found guilty in the trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. With her, we're up again. We're absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then, I saved a thank you for after the trial. You can treat me on one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. (22 November, 1209, Supreme Court of Jutsuki Courtroom 2. Oh! The court RB resumed the trial of Yonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Oshi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relation we forged with the Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation thunders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nation is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's typed on. You really have nothing to worry about, Yosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial anxiety over some foreign government opinion, a bundle investigation, missing witnesses. This is what our nation's justice system is. Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of this situation our nation finds itself in. Battling ourselves with a great world power will become strong. Diplomacy has never ever been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our future. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could actually study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that failed to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Yonosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little rats! Damn! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuit of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. Okay. Yep, Your Excellency. Aha! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion take place without tea. What? Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Osonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Osonaga, why are you manner? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Hi, Reef! Don't worry. How are you? More finally, a little earlier today you said something. You said your power of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did I? Yet, your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Doing great. Other than my throat right now is hurting as hell because there is no voice acting in this game at all, and there is even more text than in Danganronpa. That's just crazy. Sorry, Rimsky, but power of observation aside, your power of description are solely like guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Um. Oh, Reef, check what I can do now. I can watch into your soul. Oh, you don't have to be sorry, Bessie. And welcome back. Not worry, I was just watching into your soul. Well, I'm terribly sorry, my dear lady, but what? Thanks. I did it this morning just before stream. The lady say her name is Josiah Brett. She came from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Human University Medical Faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to her, the dulcet tone of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her word faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Ah, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You're clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rimsky. The court thanked the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called La Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were standing there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? It says, yes. This will take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for separating from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave it immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special order for the bureau. Well now, dear lady, will you be so kind as to cast your eye over this photographic print? Seeing you as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that you're resplendent high-cost side of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes, it will appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right here, there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in court. I did. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Hmm. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Obviously, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Can you tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described? I'll be right back just a second. And I'm back. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that the professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterward, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I could have been the culprit. Hmm.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose word the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistake, Musky. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statement from this lady and the two witnesses from this fight before, and I report back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Pat was not involved, so I let her go. My character is the one that said that he was not having an argument with it. The one that's waiting right now. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, then so. Until in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless it notices the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon and can be shown is moot. There's no pocket in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. There are witnesses on word of the matter. That's ridiculous. If I was allowed to lift up or dress, I could prove it. Yeah, maybe not do that, dude. Don't think about doing anything rash. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there, Leslie. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull our testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Okay.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the officer. All I did when I noticed him was to go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that sword at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the officer. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? His blood does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a troublesome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lie with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will honorable her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seemed that after the argument, the accused swiftly returned to his own seat. That part tied with what you said, doesn't he? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterward, the accused took the professor gun and shot him right before my eye.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that session over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious.
Objection!
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Okay?
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Actually, you carried out a physical search, I checked her. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing to the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this claim that the defiant lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with fact. In other words, you want evidence. The lady wished to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office told you to get that woman out of here. Not get out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Like a certain student who prefers to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm quoting you. So she maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. Well, she is. She is an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. in stark contrast of you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. And dressed exactly the same way as you are, except from the flapping red ribbon. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose our testimony as the fiction that is. If we can do that, the trial over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks where you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can see a single inconsistency in our testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press R on any statement that seems even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. That's what I should be aiming for in the cross-examination. You had that?
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashion from the end, don't you? Do you? Late luncheons are vogue, isn't that right? No. I decided English no was quite a string to it. A gentlewoman is currently working in the victim research laboratory. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they will lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove for David's report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that's all make perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrive at the restaurant. What happened next? Yeah, no, totally not. That will clearly not be a good witness. But you need to remember that at the start of in the first few years of the apparition of the law court in Japan right now. So, maybe at that time, 100 years ago, it was a good witness, even if that's not. I don't know. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
Yeah, that's clearly not though. He was unable to eat the steak. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the auto clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Beth aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that will mean that it was you who made the steak picture here. Is that right, Miss Beth? That's right, yes. The print you have here showed the table exactly as it was left after the upgrading island. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what an harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to hurt, eat, or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appeared that they now closed their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. About the witness' last statement. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing of this case. Yeah, cause if it was left there, there's only one glasses on the table. Well, well, well. All fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense called for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, honestly. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonate water.
Yes!
Yeah, no? That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just as a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim table at the big scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what odd is the difference in ability to express himself? Minsky, what is about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the chairs. The chairs? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said chairs over a glass of water. But if that's true, where is the second glass? There should be two glasses on the table, not one. You're quite right, Hansel. There's only one glass picture there.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking of our minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make in the case? Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady present? Of course not. I will never do something so reckless. But there should have been two glass on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me that you can click with only one? You're quite right. I suddenly took two glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It will seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and so I should try to hide the fact that I'd been here at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the quote before, this look wasn't quest at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady luncheon companion before her very eye. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this venerable young, beautiful woman of misdeed? What? No, this can be put down as a mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lead took the glass from the scene. It will seem that you slipped it into a small handbag you were carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady was very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remained that this glass was absolutely no bearing on this case. Hmm. And this is is trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusation. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady had offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think, henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Instead of the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. No? If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There is a handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen women carry handbags for the small item. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There is no pocket in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide the gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it will be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It really is very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the time. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can seriously be suggesting, Inspector Osanaga. Yes. Did you not search Miss Jezai Brett and bag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Hachi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the content at the time? Thanks to the bungling incompetence, now she has to answer this incompetent accusation. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kemzuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought the student taken immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it's clearly shown Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the content are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett guilt here. Maybe the giant hat on her head? No? We don't talk about that one? No? Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruto-san. Holler! Inspector Osanaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Definitely, Your Excellency. Okay. Uh, there's a double layer in that. Why don't you see it? Like, if it was not, we should be able to see the other side. But we are not. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As a photographic print just submitted to the court record appear to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation that I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there is no way for the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a coincidence, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. The fact you can chew on to your hurt content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. I'm really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit. And Kazuma, his aim of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his finger. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There is nothing about that last photograph the detective produced we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seeing we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I urgently find you. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurish is getting tedious. When they actually deem that this trial is over, given his ruling, that is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appeared to have no further significance. There is no longer any room to doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling out on the case at this time will be out of the question. This blatant scar clutching. Look at this photographic print. All this shown is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There's no problem in this evidence. There is. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, concept. Similarly, the new evidence submitted by the detective was not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this report. Ha! My thought exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie desperate wheeze. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't the weeds. There is something about this photograph which doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense on one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I take myself there? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Kosanaga submitted before. You will see for the court where is the print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the wrist. That's true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what a new piffle you will come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Really, that's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent ruby handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also notified it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did not note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea where the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Well, yeah. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Oshi pointed out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. You will see Miss Beth as a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Yonosuke? You believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Well, it's just there. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that's inevitably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to the case, then will you allow it? I will, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. It's a little connection between the victim burn and this trial. That one?
Yes!
What is this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. Thank you. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forever more. Do hurry up, Cookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further, it will be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you won't mind this breath. You see, it's very clearly visible to this in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? Oh.
Objection!
You can fool me with your little bluff, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it play out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
Yes!
There? The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I will guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnaval. Huh? This emblem on the plate. And the victim burn are exactly the same shape. Yonosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
sadly, Professor Auchi, the chance of that are extremely slim. Hey, why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury will have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Won't you agree, Inspector Sonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I will say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defenses point out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. The plate was around 90 degrees centigrade. A burn like that will have taken around 3 seconds. It's impossible that the victim will let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter?
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds will scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Asanaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly let his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that will be beyond careless, I think, myself. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the surgeon, and the whole dealer, all of us will, without any question, have heard him scream. Would you agree, Prosecutor Auchi? Huh? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person heard Dr. Wilson scream? I most don't believe it. Grimsky, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There is only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn on his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. Woman could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's really impossible. Apart from this one particular situation. Ansel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's that's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just an theoretical ploy by the British citizens, but clearly he has no grasp of the fact.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Hashi. It's you who has no grasp of the fact. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must have heard from this witness again. If it's true, then we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our courtroom may be in infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared for judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relation between my country and yours. Uh, Miss, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tone as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtue of English gentlemen. So thus, I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryonsuke. Dun, dun, dun. I will check into her soul to see if she's lying. Only I have no idea why your poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter plugged up my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country inferior investigative technique probably won't pick it up anyway. Why did you say that at the end? Why did you thank her for that? That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court history. Thank you. No, not thank you. Easy does it. I hope that's the last time I will have to sully my lip with the coarse tone of your Albuquerque tone. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady, and it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country Minister of Justice about what happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be giving the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? What was that prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up the with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination just trial. If you felt to demonstrate any problem with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in that toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death inside the gunshot.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, whenever a person's life is taken, there is always some trace in the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Seneca? As I said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Flawless investigation with just checking the body. Yep. That's flawless. There will be physical trace with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If even forbid, you got me, young man. You're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument fell rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, Peerage is tough. Running such a sweet young lady innocence into question. Oh my, on my honor, Takeshi Hachi will cut down any who dare cast such aspersion. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Poison. We need some evidence, but it's up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
And Kahir? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just day after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What? It doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Aha, a clear blow. The lady is as formidable as she's beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Oscar Archie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. There's something about that, what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Dinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press R, it's not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break our testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that will mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to find a thing to turn out more. Kazuma. But, Yunosuke, there is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Osonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if I might be significant, if I might present an opening, or maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so. But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright, then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Bet on her last statement again.
Yes!
And Kagar. And the end of it, isn't that so? Quite right, the carnival is open for business as well to live, just day after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, still evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thought. It's time. Pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Soup? I'll explain how to do it now. Yunosuke, it's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with pace. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker. Yep. Then pursue him with pace and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Intelligence may be lost.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Yeah, what's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his stuff deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? Is a delightful English woman who's terrifying at the moment. If you can't fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Osmega? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Osanaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you usually mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looked like the lady remark touched a nerve in there. Like this, for example. It's a bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim table on the day in question. And yes, it lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Dude, you seem to be dying. I can say I condemn the witness action, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Brett? Can I check it? The label is written as in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Can I read it? I will be able to see what it said. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. And go to France and ask. Can you just show me? I will be able to say what it says. You could just say that you don't know. Okay, that's all. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looked like there's sorry, a little left in the bottle. Otherwise, just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I actually parched. I just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Yosuke. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, dude. You'll never cease to amuse me, Yosuke. In more way than one. I wonder. Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You're gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of victim death? Yes, it was that bottle. What is that about? She seems to avert her eye when she answered the judge's question. Very well, Marcel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. That? When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast. Okay. I will show you the bottle.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Protector was some kind from this bottle of carbonate water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass? Order! And on Tadei was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink. There is only one person that could possibly have done it. Desire breath. It was you.
Objection!
It's outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. Little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we are only just seeing an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even vaguest inkling that your rash accusation will jeopardize the security?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. It is a trial to determine one individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever for this. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, milady. What are you referring? I describe your police force as imperial. But no matter how imperial they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless education every time. I don't believe it. Actually, we test the inside of the bottle and its content. Then? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? Well, if there's one in the bottle, there could be one in there. That's why she took the glass. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief owner himself. No. I am very grateful to all you Japanese. You truly established my complete innocence of this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. No, there is one other thing. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was present. Thank you, Constable. I think that Constitution has clarified everything. As the prosecutor have assessed, the shot of the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, whose by own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm not for. the court witness to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Yes! Yes! I'm sorry, Ryosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. There is another thing.
Hold it!
Aha! Please, wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceeding, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she's appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped to a furoshik cloak. To be continued. Wow, the trial is pretty lengthy. November, 1:14 p.m., Second Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to defense, but why is this sudden ingress into the courtroom? Judicial assistant? And a woman no less. The rule states that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, Guard. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is this? A report about something? Written in English? It's just I read the search. The English woman. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceeding of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Crystal characteristic of Curare terror and its effect on human subject. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it will be valuable, please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Good. Goodbye then, and good luck. We have had long enough, Consel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. Wait a minute. A poison made from the bark of certain tree in the jungle of South America. The hunter of the region have used it since ancient time to incapacitate their prey. Effect: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute dose. Go to the infantry. The above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution of the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or a patient will die of suffocation. Okay. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Yanuski, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have no evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you will mind, perhaps you will grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have... Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies. Dearly. So, Counsel, what is the new evidence that demands the courtroom attention? Well,
Yes!
that? We're just I breath. We understand that you are studying under Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by the sheer coincidence, perhaps, to a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you said? I never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxin, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can eliminate the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Harder. Ansel, does this deadly poison really exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as poison to lace their arrow. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. They claim that animals shot by arrow laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trompery. Those assertions are fully trompery. To start with, if the victim has been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, we will have been squirming and waiting in pain, and the other dinner will have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I will have justice a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being any kind of pain. According to this, however, is the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any fact, visible sign of distress is evidence that Skira was used. Explain yourself, Marcel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, affected victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there will be no visible sign of pain at all. How terrible. Honestly, if a man lost all strength in his muscle, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effect will go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow. Because what just paralysis? I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison caused immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it caused the muscle that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In a world, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious, is aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it will look almost like the victim was sleeping peacefully to an endless sleep. But for the victim itself, his final moment will be living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure poison. Ouch. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Cancel, actually contained this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This this is very convenient, isn't it? It there are two unknown poison for which there is no mean of testing. What have Abitel for the defense? Ahem. If I may, all these facts you think are you're so clever, but you must. It is you who must be tough. Of course, dear lady. So this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it? What? You still under honest hard work and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome hack. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever you mean. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That's really the loathsome hack. Won't you agree?
Objection!
And out of this, I for one refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rule. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see... why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you incipient little Iceland boy. Sorry. To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police game and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of this all now. It's time for the game to end. Cheers! Wait, what? What are you doing? Hmm. no sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. I said it. The poison was on that glass. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. No, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're seeing? You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course that's a simple truth. Thank you for presenting the finding of my research so precisely here in the Grand Avenue. It was kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I would like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the conference of friendship between our countries. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and leave the tail to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little fork is from charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. But there can have been, because otherwise she will have kneel over dead. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Rimsky? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes you unadulterated naivety really astound me. But sometimes it's in need for a good training. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the way of the world. Oh, that is what this color is supposed to represent. This was a guileless ending to a promising line on Inquiry Council, which for you would be penalized. This old Kyle is poisoned. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Nothing there, but there can't have been. What? The culprit did put Coureur poison to the corrosion carbonated water. The defense refused to change its position.
Objection!
Yup. Just saw. Visibly drinking the water from it. That's right. We rather complicate your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How? Exactly. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Very well. The defense fully intend to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence.
Yes!
What? You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright. I do my best to find an answer that fits that fact. That?
Yes!
Their answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett Ont's report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is order gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Susato San notes. No, it was not a blind guess because in there it says it can enter by a wound, but Eve has been burned. So what if she put the poison on the mark of the plate and burned him at that moment? That will work. That's just a supposition though, but that will work, no? Okay. You will direct us to the personal section, Counsel. Which section of the report revealed the alleged answer to this riddle? I know you jerk. Are you joking? Does this? In the special characteristic. We've been hearing a lot about this cure poison. and it's left me curious about something. Oh, can't tell? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the head of arrow as they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. We've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there will be trace of poison left in the prey the hunter were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunter wouldn't want to eat their prey, wouldn't they? Because then they'd be eating poison. But gracious Consel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer on that conundrum. This is research paper or special characteristic. It says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? Make it make sense. Yeah, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret that was written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrific poisonous effect, however. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever. What? Miss Brett? You authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristic. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger for yourself. You meddling little rapscallion. Okay. Well, you escaped, it turned out. You're an even better liar than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A liar?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, sure, but I fail to see how it's possibly. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some fact he read in a book. But I'm afraid that knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolish boyish logic has a fatal flaw. School boyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to test. It seems likely that this effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric sucker? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor won't have died when he swallowed it, will he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in court. Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they will be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Only even a little cockroach like you will understand something as simple as that. No? That... What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancy. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Dun, dun, dun.
Objection!
Okay, sorry. I don't think so, Mrs. Ibret. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Cancel. I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know now that the poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curare?
that!
There's no need to overthink this. We know that Kurar's toxic effect only comes to kill when the poison enters the body via one, right? So that can only mean that when the third time is plus of water, must have had a one somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. Oh! Yeah, that was... I was just stupid there.
Take that!
He was missing a tooth. As Miss Brett so really point out, he drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two beginners. A fatal difference? The toxic effect of Grar are only felt when the poison enters the body through open wounds. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water inside? Yes, like the one you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ms. Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimonial already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom game and your half-baked argument are also puerile. What? What do you mean? Not worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid crystal evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! It's the English woman, she just smashed that bottle, and in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Oh sir, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible, at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can turn the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now. Will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not? And let's just not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, Counsel of the Prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, there, lady. That's right. And really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course, the only person who has shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that way, using Curar, and then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruto from the front, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit a crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And you have nothing to support your wild claims. The prosecution stands remain unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. They were in cold blood by the accused Yonosuke Takudo. Yeah, there, but now is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Yonosuke, yes! We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there was any clue left for us to use now, there must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your power of observation were the one thing people really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true. But I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kesma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the entity of the Wilson killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kesma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have covered another clue. Aha! You always add something on your sleeve, don't you, Yonosuke? Come on, Ken. Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling for me for a while that something feels amiss in my memory of that day. Whatever it could be with the kid, but arriving at the truth about all this. It's there somewhere. It would have shown who Dr. Wilson, real killer, must have been is.
Take that!
Inspector Sanaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigation, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took from the victim table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this, cowboy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. A memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eye that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have been happened when you shot the officer. No, that can be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it to the plate, it implied the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as he were. Just I breath. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered?
Hold it!
This this could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. The interest of preserving evidence from the sign of crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they all call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, isn't it? I took the steak that the sergeant has been eating. And I did all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss that plate. We must examine it. Examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim table immediately. Yes, sir. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry for you, Lily. There is what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your laser. It's not the right steak, dude. It's the wrong plate. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible. It's the wrong plate, dude. It was right there on the table behind the plate, sir. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an ever-coming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can trust what the Japanese tell you. Shit, I could agree more in the case of this case of the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt for full proceeding is painful to us. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. It's not the right steak. Huh. The sorry-looking steak revealed the fact all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wished to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered the courtroom evidence. No. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a common coin, and the hallmark is from Aurier, I believe. Oh, Brett is the German for bored. Okay, she's a bored. No, I don't mean what is this. I mean, what is doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoekoban? Yes, and apart from the meat juice, it looked to be in a good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Isn't it the first time today that there have been talk of Hoekoban? I've heard pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion in bullion. I don't think we ever will again. This extraordinary. This mean it's not the plate. This is it now. I've lost. Inosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gravel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. And I already did. As evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That blood stain was going to finish the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clue at all? There is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your healthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary prosecution in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. Yep. I will not give any ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel of the Defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Huh? Thank you, I already read all of that. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Yunosuke. I couldn't quite underneath this stake. There is only one logical explanation.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Hoira won at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there a whole coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
Okay, ridiculous question. How shall I know? I never been seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply be a careless mistake. The chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that is happened by accident in the kitchen? Araroe Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turned out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to the Great Britain right now. He's right, I can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Consul? Araroe Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turned out to be relevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, Delboy, you should realize that it's you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. Yep. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the command that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the insect dealer and owner of the Rasute Koryo. Correct, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these actually Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Caban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. You was on the floor? Sorry, what? Where were you going? Nothing for treasure. Indeed, the Oe Herakoban, my prize coin. And this Oe Herakoban, you mean tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why will Korta-san Kaban be sandwiched between the victim beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Sir, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in there. Without a moment delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real syndicants of this Caban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. What is this all about? Why have we been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for a little baby Haido? When my son belly is empty, it's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast for his discount through myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered and sick. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on his Rasute shop owner existence. Yet his make of the sun. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memories serve, have you ever... Ah! it's literally in his foot. Its foot. Yeah, that's it. The one, the very exact one that it is. The restaurant, a splendiferous ahoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can be. As I thought. Young man. I like the decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking the seasoned meat juice. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Surely it could have fallen there by accident. Which means? Somebody must have hidden it in there on purpose. Somebody concealed my OA treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who will do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Osanaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. That's secret undercover operation. La Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that stacks wealthy dinners, including many foreigners. Recently, there have been a run of similar executive theft targeting the restaurant risk clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crime indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent it undercover, right? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Caban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work of the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and took from the Caban is all who care. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense too on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Caban and hid under the stake? can only be you. Sergeant, yes, I know that. What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that caban, did I? I'm the master thief of the carnival, am I? You're certainly accusing me of this crime, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido is a mastermind behind all of this. You will push the blame on your for a crime into your own son and his son, little baby. And who's the monster? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Baza. You. What the frick is happening? The fuck? People Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanoza preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wage the Nippon Imperial Army pay those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. But every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy jumping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like it doesn't bother with the knife and the fork, even, which is finally believable. And your target that day was the whole man in this cupboard? Yes, sir. He was an easy boy. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Well, phantom thief you are. Was all set to leave the stake. I was halfway through the burying when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conduct a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I'd incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this assault plotting in your own time? Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there is no need to detain you any longer at all. Maybe... Listen, please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The thief of the caban was really benefited by this baby-saddled surgeon. It will certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hitting a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea is from me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oh. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness testimony have all been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. No! Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Risky, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no. This is just something about Miss Brett parting word there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but some things said George would do. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand here thinking, make your voice heard, sorry. You can think later, but if you don't call it now, it will be too late, the trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there is something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting word from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What nuisance and nonsense is this? Well, what parting word are you talking about, Curiosity? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea is from me. And as far as picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and a fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed another real contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence myself. If Miss Brett truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
A photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? What interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim table. The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor has killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just pulling hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Natural? What on earth do you mean? If technically obvious, I'm talking about the shape of the hedge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. That's what exactly, Coxel. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman will ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there is a clearly defined barbaric teeth mark there. Oh. It's like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as claimed, would contemplate eating everything without using a knife and a fork, there should be teeth mark on the steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the daily fight Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say there, lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will be on over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this cookie in this place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we resolved your traitors? Clearly, the witness know that what it means. She realized the catastrophic implication those teeth mark on the stake have for her. Yonski, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth mark in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with carefully. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somewhere seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson on that day. Except that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it on the console. But what exactly are you suggesting to tell us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth mark in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You won't know the meaning of the phrase because Japanese anti-threat. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such a conclusive evidence, you will have presented to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Has it been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not.
Objection!
This is absurd. Yep, she is. This is absurd. The trial has gone several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair? Him again? The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Osonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's good. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth mark. Yes? Now earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Naza told the court the following. I am just shopping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting of stealing a coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Naza, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put in the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Question. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreigner gentle lady if she might be handling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact the Sergeant Noza's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bite out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched it to steak over? You did switch the plate? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian before being murdered right in front of my eye, like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lift my steak and the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced it was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. So, if he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching order. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. And you switch the plate. With my military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the fucking lady's table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fair enough, toxic person. What now? I swear on the brass button of my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Naza switched the plate over, it means he looked Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back on its own table. Yes, that's follow. Inspector Osanaga? Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant. That's that preserve his evidence. You had taken both. Uh, that's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can it be possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wingling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the state plan promise proved such a problem for you, no? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Think he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Hector Wilson, there was a clear spatter of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory served him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate we were eating from. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. There is the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it. There's clear blood there. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now, let's make everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate show that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto-san to have shot the victim. It can be. In fact, there is only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Mrs. Brett. It's you. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, 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 no! Ah! What the hell is happening? What? Hi! Hi, black chick. Okay. What? What the f- I was asking myself the same question. There's chicks everywhere. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Briefly? Lots of becoming behavior for an English and woman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Let be, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Quran. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very purpose reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in this water. Because Kuror is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for long. I'll admit. I only needed to see the professor take only one tiny sip of his water and it will be all over. It could place a stake I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as thought he has been taking along, and leave immediately. However, before any of that, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor table. That will be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting on this chair such as he will fall. There was no going back at this point, so I concluded a plan on the spur of the moment. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson murder on this innocent man. It happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Grog in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under the skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presently placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would not hit it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bend down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gun shop caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoined the kitchen and locked it inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, we needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Now, Ruho-san. Bye. And just like that, the murderer just quit the scene. Bye. It will seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can be. Taketsuchi Aoshi doesn't lose. That to the like of this rookie students. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Yonosuke Nakodo. What? Yes? This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Consul, but the old have stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A thousand millennia may pass, and still, the Oshi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial, the Supreme Court of Japan, will, I believe, go down in history at the start of a new chapter in our conflict political system. Despite being summoned as the accused, Yonosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and prediction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world, but the Western idea of science are rapidly gaining acceptance there. I feel sure that science will soon bring new method of investigation and new procedure of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it looks like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi. Yes. After this trial, we are set to embark on a journey of discovery, the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything to the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Yusuke Naruto. Oh, yes. In you, I sense, how can I put it, inusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing you carry that onward. Thank you, Your Excellency. Dun, dun, dun. It is time to deliver the final verdict. IRB find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruto not guilty. I got it! This court is now adjourned. Yay! Yes, finally. Supreme Court of Jurisdiction Defendants Anti-Champion. 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I could have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Oh no. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki for the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you to proving Naruto-san innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You work hard for that result, do you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Bet, I don't know how things will have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing what he asked. What is the idea for me to go to the university and investigate? Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruto, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your effort exposed the truth now that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He wanted to study forensic medicine in Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Decide. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world, the largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? course I am. A Japanese man katanais his soul. This blade showed me where I need to go. And cuts down anything attacking my way. Yes, I didn't see how sharp it is already with my helmet eye. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? Which is Brett, I mean. The girl? She's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Well, this is going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? China? Why? Besides, Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Rosanaga. There was a hard fog battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive. But I must mention, but what all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for a crime here in Japan. What? We can try her? But then, who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where her voice can be heard. But why a consular court? Sir, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing in the past now, that were signed the friendship treaty. Now that... Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature or a respective government, you can't evoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't just see our government making secret agreement about her fate, doesn't it? Something strange going on. So Miss Brett can be held accountable for her action here in Japan. I'm afraid that's for the young students. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of plans for her. I don't believe it. The British government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserved. Yes, change is coming, and we're the one driving it. Dun, dun, dun. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening called for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. There's no time to for a good face. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drinks. You're a detective, Osanaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the type for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto's release. Oh yes, thank you. So just I Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thank you again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skill made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Hmm? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again with that trial. I could have thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a good lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer. No, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunsuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is to any lawyer need in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Believe? Believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his client. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believe in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and to stick to it when you are defending someone. Sometimes, in the courtroom, you can really be back to a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in and there, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It's take a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face some seemingly hopeless situation time and time again, but you never stop looking at the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own effort, and because you never stop believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Inosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? Ha! You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Sonaga. I've arranged some rickshaw for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up the conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study to the tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikutoba. Tosan, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask this favor. Till the other I realized just how much it will change my life. Okay. The end of chapter 1. Yay! And now I will return to the final the title screen. I will end there for today. It I feel like the chapter in this game will be probably long. Like the first episode was literally like what almost 5 hours long. So yeah, that will be fun. Um, and the other chapter will maybe even be longer since it was really just the first chapter. So I will see. I will see. Anyway, that was fun. That was fun for a first chapter and a first trial. Yeah, it was crazy long, but it was fun. Yeah, so much to read. That's for sure. Anyway, I hope you all had fun, and yeah. Thank you for having been there, and I say good night. Thank you. Bye bye. Good night to you. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bug bite. And I'll watch into your soul as I finish stream. Dun, dun, dun.